Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I want to start off with Councilmember Patton is absent and excused, so just let's get that on the record. And before we start the meeting, I'm going to just do something fun. So, why do I have on this hat? Today, the Raleigh Tennis Association's men over 65 tennis team came to visit. They placed second at the U.S. Tennis Association's national tournament this past February. They're based at the Millbrook Tennis Center and want to promote that tennis is a sport you can play for a lifetime. We had a lot of good jokes about that today. And what they asked me to do is just encourage anyone at any age with an interest to come out and give it a try. So we all know that pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the country, but these tennis players are very dedicated, and it was great fun today to have them here. So thank you. And now, the Pledge of Allegiance. Did you do last time, Councilmember Jones? Your turn. If you'll lead us, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, now we have the consent agenda. Two items have been pulled by Councilmember Jones, C2 and C3. Could we start with a motion to approve the rest?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Councilmember Jones?
Sure. Thank you so much. I really just wanted to bring this to the table so we can have an upfront discussion about it. Between the two, for C2 and C3, that it accounts for $415 million. And I just wanted the space to be able to explain what that's all doing in regards to revenue refunding bonds and bond anticipation notes, so we can better educate and make sure that the public understands what's happening with them.
So we have Allison Bradshaw, our CFO, here to explain those two items.
Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Allison Bradshaw with the Finance Department. So essentially, these are two items before you that essentially mirror what we did on March 7th. You may recall we approved very similar items for our general obligation. This is specific for Raleigh Water. So at that meeting, you also had a presentation by our financial advisors, as well as I made a short, excuse me, presentation on how the city funds our capital projects. So specific to these two items, C2 ultimately closes a draw program or a band anticipation note program that council approved back in May of 2021. And this supported the capital project spending for Raleigh Water. So it is now time that we would essentially issue our long-term bonds. And we are scheduled to go to the Local Government Commission, or the LGC, at their May 2nd meeting, because anytime you issue long-term bonds, you have to have LGC approval. And so ultimately, as a part of this package as well, very similar to the GEO package, we always look for opportunities to save on our existing bond payments. We call that an economic refunding. So there is an element included in C2 for an economic refunding to hopefully, if the markets are right, save on existing bond payments. So then item C3 is ultimately then to start a new bond anticipation note draw program. You may recall that Whit Wheeler came and spoke at the March 13th budget work session, and the Raleigh Water capital program over the next 10-year period is a $2.2 billion capital program. So lots of needs within the Raleigh Water regional system for our water and sewer needs. So ultimately, the next band anticipation program is a $215 million program that you would also be approving today, that we would expect to last about 18 to 24 months. We also obviously use cash, or we refer to that as PAYGO, as well. So it's a big amount, but relative to the long-term 10-year plan, it's a reasonably small amount. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Councilmember Jones?
When I asked and thanked staff for helping me understand it, they made it sound kind of like a refinance when we refinance our mortgage. And I was just trying to put it into perspective because I hear all the words you're saying and they sound great, but I'm trying to relate it to like how I could possibly, as a resident, understand what that means. And that really helped me, but I want to make sure that I'm portraying that right. Is it like a refinance?
You're absolutely correct. It is, again, when this was initially approved back in May of 2021, think of it like a loan program. So essentially that was placed with a bank. And so the bank loaned us that initial $200 million for us to spend on our capital projects. And now we're essentially going to take out the mortgage, if that helps equate to kind of everyday life. And then at the same time, that economic refunding piece is exactly like you might think of a mortgage refinancing, where there's possibly a lower rate that you're looking to save on your future payments associated. So yes, I think that's an excellent way to frame that up.
Okay, great. Thank you guys so much.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
Yes, I move to approve.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, what?
That was just for clarity for clerk, that was for 2 and 3. C2.
Yes, and, yeah. All right, now we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. We're starting with rezoning Z6022.
Great, thanks. Ken Bowers filling in for Bynum Walter today, who is coming home from representing us at the National Planning Conference in Philadelphia.
I saw that. I saw her and some of our other planners featured on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she did a great job and is having a good time. So good for Bynum. So I get to be at the podium today. Let's start with what's currently scheduled for public hearing. Just 3 items in the text change and rezoning land for April 18th, and then 1 item for May 2nd. And we're proposing to add another item, which would make for a much lighter evening than we expect tonight. So also Roberta Fox, the chair
That
of the
was the
Planning Commission.
understatement of the day. Thank you.
Thanks. So here are the 2 items. One is request for time extension. One is an item to be scheduled for public hearing. So we'll do both, and then you can vote on them together as presented or separately. So the first is a rezoning case. This is just outside of the downtown core, adjacent but not currently zoned DX. It's about 1.25 acres, north side of Hargett Street and west side of Boylan Avenue. The request is to go from OX7 to OX20. Planning Commission has recommended a 45-day extension. This case has really only been heard once. It really doesn't have, it has a placeholder condition currently, and there needs to be more dialogue with the neighbors. The applicant has asked for more time, and so the Planning Commission has recommended 45 days. That would extend the due date from what it currently is, May 22nd, to July 6th of this year. And then the next item is a text change to zoning conditions for a property off of Lewisburg Road and Kyle Drive. This is amends the zoning conditions of a case that rezoned, I think a couple years ago. 11.25 acres. Base zoning stays the same. RX7 conditions, though, do limit the height to 6 stories. The biggest changes are that the allowable yield is going up from 260 units to 400. There is a condition that would set aside up to 14 of those units at a sort of workforce housing affordability level of 80% of AMI for 10 years. And it nails down a little bit of connection to the greenway system in the park to the south. So those are the major changes to the conditions, and staff is recommending the public hearing date of May 2nd. And that concludes the report.
All right, any questions for Ken? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the 45-day extension and also to set the public hearing date for TCZ 8922 to May 2nd, as recommended by staff.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have special items.
Mayor
the first-
Baldwin, I'm so sorry. Can we go back? I just had a comment for what's setting the agenda before we move forward.
Oh, sure.
Is that okay? Okay, thank you so much. I have a statement. I want to apologize to the Muslim community for scheduling a public hearing item during Ramadan. It was never my intention for anyone to feel excluded, and I'm committed to changing such an oversight in the future. I would ask and have spoken with Marshall for staff to include a listing of all religious observances as we schedule public hearings moving forward, so we as a city can work with our communities to help accommodate their needs when applicable. I do want to thank staff for helping to open up spaces to eat and pray in order for those members of the community observing Ramadan to participate in tonight's hearing. And I want to note that Christian holidays do not face the same obstacles because our calendars are built around these observances. As a city that welcomes all, I want to continue to break down barriers which prevent civic participation from marginalized groups. So I'm just asking, is there a way that we could include as we set public hearings like we just did? And if there's any interference, it would be on us to help reach out and make sure that we're connecting with communities. Is that possible? Great. Thank you so much.
A proactive approach to calendaring these types of events, whether it be Passover, Ramadan, you name it. Let's be more aware. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, next we have special items, rezoning Z1620 on Hodge Road.
Yeah, good afternoon. Ira Mabel, Planning and Development. So the public hearing for this request has not been set yet. The item was held following receipt of Planning Commission recommendation so that the applicant could submit some revisions. They have done that on time, according to UDO, but have not quite submitted all of the property owner signatures yet. So we're recommending a deferral to hold this item again so that we can receive all the signed paperwork.
Can you say that again?
Sure. So the UDO says to revise a case, you must submit an unsigned version to staff 10 days before. So that's to give us time to review them. And then all the property owners must sign, I believe it's 2 business days before. So they did submit revisions for staff to review, but did not submit all the signatures in time.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
So, yes,
the attorney
Tim.
reached out to me as well and explained the situation, and I just asked that we hold this until April 18th and then set the public hearing at that time.
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Next is appropriation from council contingency for the United Arts Council. I'd brought this up at the last meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to recuse yourself?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to recuse Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous, clerk. Okay, the appropriation from council contingency, as I stated before, kind of fell through the cracks. That was my fault. I was not here to bring it up. We have provided them with funding for this event since they started it. So I would like to continue that tradition, especially since they do such excellent work in the community. So I'm asking for $10,000 for council contingency, and that's my motion. Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay. Yes.
Can we get an update in terms of the balance of our council contingency? I know we've done a couple of expenditures out of it too.
Thank you. All right, next we have Community Health Initiatives Phase 2 funding for Legal Aid of North Carolina.
Yes, good afternoon. Sadia Sattar from Budget and Management Services. When we last met during the March 21st City Council hearing, we brought in front of Council the 4 organizations that BMS recommended that we appropriate as Community Health Initiative Round 2 funding for. The city had set aside $3 million for that funding. However, the total funding for these organizations totaled just a tad bit over $2.5 million, leaving a balance of $492,000 and then some change. So We were then made aware of an organization called Legal Aid of North Carolina. They are a statewide nonprofit law firm that provides free legal services in civil matters. Legal Aid currently occupies a building here in downtown, and they were not aware that our application period was open from September 14th to October 14th of last year. They found out after the fact that these funds were being given out. So they requested that any remaining funding be awarded to them. We brought this up in front of council as well during the last time we met. And I also wanted to just say that they will be moving into the same building that Self-Help Beacon Point is moving into. But again, none of the organizations were aware that both of them were moving in that space at the same time. So our recommendation is that we award them the $492,000 in accordance with U.S. Treasury guidelines and state guidelines on how to spend this ARPA funding money.
Thank you. I just want to say that when we started the whole Southeast Raleigh Promise, one of the visions we had was exactly what self-help is doing now. There will be healthcare facility there. If we have legal services, there's space for minority-owned businesses. This is exactly what we wanted to see as a way to complement and complete the community. So I'm really excited about this and would like to make a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Omnibus Text Change Program.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Rometta with Planning and Development here today to introduce the list for this year's UDO Omnibus Text Change. The Omnibus program has been implemented over the last year and a half to provide for continuous improvement of our UDO. It's intended to address the issues we face with the administration of our code. It's a rule book of over 500 pages long, so inevitably minor issues arise that require addressing in order for us to make it more user-friendly for both our citizens and our staff. So the goal of the program is to bring items forward on an annual or semi-annual basis. The first list from last year was adopted in November of 2022 as part of TC 322. Staff tries very hard to keep the items on this list to those that are low impact and that don't represent significant policy shifts. We reserve those for standalone text changes, but that being said, this is just like any other text change where council has full discretion over each and every item on the list. Here are the criteria that we use to select the items. We try to make sure they're either low effort, low impact, and or high priority. I'll just go through a few examples of each. The first is that the issue can be addressed with relatively few lines of code, so we're not introducing entire new sections or drafting long paragraphs of new code. The fix here should be relatively brief and quick. Examples include typographical errors or the insertion of cross-references. The second criteria is that the change only represents a low or modest shift in policy. An example here might include memorializing a standing interpretation or past practice. And then finally, high priority items that might need to be addressed quickly, such as changes that are needed to comply with state law. So using those criteria, most of the 32 items that are on your list and you have in your backup material can be placed in one of three buckets. First are clarifications. So for example, item 3 of the list is to clarify that accessory solar energy systems are permitted by right in all our zoning districts. This is already the case today, but in order to help with our SolSmart certification that we're pursuing, we need to have an explicit statement in the code that says such. There's also a host of what can be called procedural changes. So for example, there's an item that aligns the process for setting public hearings for comprehensive plan amendments and text changes with those of rezoning so that they're all the same. Another example is aligning the UDO with state law regarding mail notice for evidentiary hearings. Finally, there's a few regulatory changes. Again, we try to make sure these are fairly minor in impact. There is, for example, an item that proposes to revise or eliminate an outdated standard related to compact parking spaces, given the fact that we don't regulate parking citywide elsewhere anymore. There's also some new definitions proposed for terms such as half stories, which we see sometimes in our NCODs, and a definition of the term crawl space. So I hope that gives you an idea of the types of items that are included in this program. Again, the full list is included in your backup material. Staff's recommendation here is that you move the list to a committee where each item can be discussed in detail. Last year, that was the Growth and Natural Resources Committee. Once the committee reviews them, makes a recommendation to full council, and they vote to authorize work on the changes, the public process continues. Staff will draft an ordinance, put it on the public portal, send it to Planning Commission. They would send it back to you to set a public hearing, then hold a public hearing to adopt the changes. So, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Does anybody have any questions, specific questions about what is proposed? Can you talk into the mic?
Just need to upload the presentation in the board docs.
Sure.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I just want to note that GNR committee will not be able to meet in April because of the intercity visit to Denver. So if this was to be recommended to go there, it wouldn't be until May.
So let me ask the question, are you comfortable moving forward on this, or do we want it sent to committee, or do we want it brought back for further discussion to the full council?
I read through everything. I'm fine with it, but I'm fine with whatever the table wants to do. I do know that probably all of the committees will not be meeting in April because of the intercity visit. So if we put it there, it'll hold it up a little bit. But
What are the impacts of that?
No major impacts from staff's perspective. Again, these are really just cleanup items that we want to get approved, but there's no real sense of urgency. So a delay of a month or so would not have any impact.
Well, it'd be 2 months,
Yeah.
because it would be the end of May. Councilmember Jones?
My preference would be to send it to committee to discuss, just because this is my first time around doing this, and I'd like to be able to see what that process looks like, but that's just my preference.
Do we have a consensus here?
Yeah, I was just going to say I think committee's fine because there's actually a couple items. Since I'm on that committee now, a couple items I actually have some questions about that I want to look at, especially the maximum compact space parking, and then the other one about 7 stories and the spacing buffering. So with that, I would say let's just move it to committee.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm going to
And
ask
this
which
is
committee Councilmember
Growth
Jones is
and
on.
Natural.
Yeah,
This
growth and
is-
natural resources.
Okay, then yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Next, we have the Transit Overlay District text change authorization.
Okay, thank you. This next item is a request for text change authorization for changes to the TOD regulations. Those original set of rules were adopted in October of 2021 after the EDAT, or Equitable Development Around Transit Planning process. Since then, the mapping of the overlay district where these rules apply was completed for the southern and western corridors last summer, and the New Bern corridor mapping is currently in process, which will likely be completed later this summer or early fall. Here's a brief summary of the existing regs. They're meant to encourage dense, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly environment along the BRT corridors. To that end, dimensional standards in residential districts follow the mixed-use district guidelines. Urban street frontage requirements are applied, which brings buildings closer to the street edge, provides for wider sidewalks. There's also an affordability height bonus of 50% that applies when affordable units are provided in mixed-use districts. Also, certain low-density and auto-oriented uses were prohibited. This includes single and 2-unit living, which I'll go into more detail on, as well as car-centric uses like gas stations and car washes. Finally, given the significance of the changes, special permissions were given to nonconformities. So generally, nonconforming uses and structures were given 2 years to rebuild or resume, whereas elsewhere in other zoning districts throughout the code, it's typically a 1-year period. So those are the existing rules. Staff is proposing revisions in 3 areas that you see here. The first would be to remove the prohibition on single and 2-unit living, single-family homes and duplexes. The other 2 would be to add clarifying language regarding how the TOD interacts with NCODs or neighborhood conservation overlay districts, as well as how certain limited uses are regulated. So as mentioned earlier,
Could you give a little more detail on what that clarifying language is?
yeah, I've got a slide with detail for each of the 3 items.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So with regard to single and 2-unit living, these uses were prohibited along with other suburban scale car-oriented uses to promote dense transit-supportive development. And so as a result of mapping the overlay district, existing uses in these categories are rendered non-conforming. Staff did receive some feedback on this prohibition during the New Bern corridor remapping outreach process, and does not believe that removing the prohibition would really hinder the goals of the overlay district. There's little risk of proliferation of single and 2-unit living uses, as these are permitted in our most intense mixed-use districts, including downtown, where we see little to no new development of these types. And the density bonuses that are provided in the TOD are strong enough to encourage the other typologies anyway. With regard to the maximum building height in the NCODs, there's clear language and intent that the TOD provisions control over those in an NCOD. What is not entirely clear, since we regulate building height in both feet and number of stories, is what happens when an NCOD only mentions feet and the TOD only mentions stories. So we just want to insert some clarifying language there. Then finally, in mixed-use districts such as RX and OX, where the TOD will be or has been mapped, commercial uses are permitted, but only when certain conditions are met. Those conditions limit the uses to ground-story corner units of apartment buildings. They say that they cannot exceed 4,000 square feet. There's limits on the hours of operation, and there's a prohibition on drive-through facilities. Given the nature of the TOD, a subset of those uses, which you see on the left, were exempted from the locational and size limits that apply elsewhere. So the uses on the left of the screen there do not have to adhere to 1 and 2, the locational requirement and the max square footage requirement that you see on the right. And while that's appropriate within the bounds of the TOD, those special allowances do conflict with other areas of the code, given how we regulate different building types. So for example, an apartment building with an entire ground floor dedicated to resale space is really no longer an apartment building at all. It's a mixed-use building, and a mixed-use building is prohibited in the RX district. So again, staff is just looking to add some clarifying language there to sync up the different pieces of the code so that they're all saying the same thing. Again, just like any other text change, if you authorize the work, staff is going to draft an ordinance. We're going to place it on the public portal, take it to Planning Commission, who would make a recommendation back to you to set and then hold a public hearing. Happy to answer any questions.
This would go to the Planning Commission,
Yes, that's correct.
so that is where the full public process would take place as well, in addition to the engagement that's been done?
Correct. There would be more engagement in the text change portal, so there'd be an opportunity for comment and feedback there before Planning Commission review. Then there would be Planning Commission review, who would make a recommendation back to you for a public hearing.
Just want to say thank you for listening and see that what you've done really addressed the concerns of people who spoke to us.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just at some point, I don't know if it's today, but I would like to learn more about the decision for the TOD to supersede the NCOD. I think that has been a conversation I hear from neighbors a lot about confusion, and just curious to understand that thinking better so that I can convey.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I second what Jane just said about that. But then I also am curious about the portal for the comments on the proposed changes.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Why not? Can you hear me?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I'm
so-
sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
I second what Jane was saying around wanting to know the difference between TOD and NCOD around what supersedes what. So whenever you guys have that meeting, tap me in for that. But with the portal that you have for the text changes for comment, can somebody send that to me? That's all.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do we have a motion to send this to the Planning Commission?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Next, we have the agenda format revisions for the public comment period.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Taisha Hinton with the Office of Community Engagement. During your last council meeting, we presented an overview of recommendations from the Community Engagement Board, and you all asked us to take the recommendations specific to the public comment period and return to you with suggestions, which brings us here today. And so in your agenda item, just a quick overview. There are 3 suggestions. One, that we remove public comment period from the first Tuesday council meeting. Add that to the second Tuesday after your work session. You'll see in your item 3 different times that we propose for the work sessions. And we would also like to add for your consideration a work session that begins from 3 to 4:30 with the public comment starting at 5:30. And then at the end of your item, we're asking for action or direction specifically on what time you would like to start or finish that second Tuesday work session, for you to establish a time limit for the new public comment period on the second Tuesday, and where you would like to place public comment on your third Tuesday city council meeting. There was conversation amongst you all about removing the pressure of public hearings. So we think that in doing so, that will relieve that pressure. And then it allows you to put your individual comments and concerns closer to public comment. So open to questions.
So I have a question. After all of this discussion, there's only 2 items for public hearing on the May 2nd agenda. So I see Roberta here from Planning Commission standpoint. Have we seen a reduction in the number of public hearing requests? Because I know there were times when we had 13 items on there, sometimes more, which resulted in very late nights. But I'm wondering if this is just an aberration or if this is a trend we're seeing.
Good afternoon, Council. Roberta Fox from the Planning Commission. You are correct in your observation. There was a downtick in the number of neighborhood meetings, the end of 2022, the beginning of 2023, and that results in fewer cases coming before you during this time period. As I understand, that's going to tick back up again. And so the number of cases on the Planning Commission agenda are increasing over our next couple weeks. So you will in turn see a more robust schedule before you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions? Taisha, could you go over some of the options that you have discussed?
So the first is for your second Tuesday work session, what time would you like that to start? Our staff's recommendation is that public comment starts an hour afterwards. So you have an option for the work session to be from 3 to 5 with the public comment starting at 6, or your work session could start at 3:30, 3 o'clock, or 4 p.m.
I was just going to ask, on that second Tuesday, we currently start at 4.
That's
right,
correct.
for a work session. So you're offering to change that to 3 to 5, but if we kept 4 to 6, which is what we currently have, then took an hour break and then did public comment at 7, that would remain consistent with our other evening meeting, right?
Yes, that's definitely an option.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I do have a question, just another observation. Most of our work sessions do not last for 2 hours. In fact, we're probably out of there with a half an hour to spare. Was any consideration given to looking at potentially, I don't know, 3 to 4:30, or some other options? That could end up being an hour and a half break. I'm just asking.
So yes, Ms. Hinton mentioned a few minutes ago that the 3:30 to 5 o'clock would be another option of a meeting time schedule. It wasn't on the original list based on feedback through their engagement process, but she just added that to the list a few minutes ago. So that is an option. And so basically whatever you all decide is where we'll place it. We'll just have to go back and amend everybody's calendar from the original 2-hour time slot from 4 to 6.
Council Member Black?
With this particular option, I think I just want to state that I want to keep the evening public comment as evening as we can in moving it. People can't always make it to a 1 p.m. session or even a 3 or 4 or 5 because people have to work. And the typical workday is 9 to 5, and I kind of always understood that at least the first public comment of the month was giving people the opportunity to come to talk to us when they have, like, it's after dinner, it's after work, and I worry that the times that are listed won't be able to reach people in that way. So that's my concern with even any of the times listed. I would love to keep it at 7 p.m. if possible.
One of the feedback that I've gotten from, I would say, young professionals with children is they would prefer an earlier time slot because if they go home, then they can't leave. They can't get back here at 7. So I'm looking, is there a way we could kind of blend this somehow? And I'm sorry.
And Ms. Hinton mentioned a few minutes ago prior to the 3 to 4:30 and then starting back up at 5:30. Take an hour break after 4:30, start the public comment at 5:30 until. We didn't want to put a cap on it just to kind of see what it would look like. And that would allow at least from, people to get home from school that wanted to come either in the afternoon or the evening.
So people could still come at 7 o'clock with that in mind?
Yes.
I just have a quick question. Is it possible?
Councilmember Melton had his hand raised, and then Councilmember Jones.
I just want to say that for the work sessions, I know for me with my full-time job, having it at 4 helps because I can get regular office hours in. If we move it up closer to 3:30, like that starts to get tough. And I know a lot of us on this council work full-time. And then I also just want to be careful because we talk about this a lot. Folks tend to register change as negative. And so this is a change, moving the public comment from the first Tuesday to the second Tuesday. And so I'm okay with finding consensus. I think if we kept our work session meetings the same times and then had a 7 o'clock public comment, that provides consistency. If we need to make it earlier, I don't think it should be any earlier than at least 6 or 6:30, but I would be fine keeping it at 7. But we're going to have to find consensus on it. I'm hearing 2 7 o'clocks. I don't know where the rest of the council is. But I know for me, the work session getting earlier is going to be problematic.
Well, let me just make a suggestion maybe. With the observation I made earlier, we only have 2 public hearings scheduled for May 2nd. Maybe we keep this the way it is for May and bring this back to the table for further discussion, and we could look at a June start date, depending on the need.
Definitely, I think that's possible. I would like to continue the conversation right now just because I wanted to see, is it possible to keep public comment the same and then move public hearing to the second Tuesday so that we're not changing public comment for what people already know. They already don't have to change their minds. It's just us shifting public hearings to the second Tuesday, or is there a problem with that?
So just, I actually thought about that idea. The thing is, if we do a public hearing and move it, and if there's something we say we'll bring back in 2 weeks, we can't because of the noticing period. So we'll have to wait until the next month before we can bring it back. So that's the issue, because it'll be back-to-back weeks. Because I thought about that as well. And then it dawned on me. So actually, the 4 to 6 works. I was thinking, I could squeeze in 3:30 to 5:30. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't know if we need an hour break. Maybe schedule it as a 30-minute break, and kind of go from there, because sometimes once we get going, I'm just one of the types. Once we start, let's just go. And once you take a break, it kind of breaks it breaks everything up, for me anyway.
Listening to everybody, if we did say 4 to 5:30, took a half an hour break and then start at 6, that addresses some concerns about the time. So we could start from 6 and then go to whenever. As we said, we're not going to set a time limit for now. Would that be amenable? Councilmember Fort? And I'm going to ask everybody, before you speak, if you could raise your hand so then I can acknowledge you, so we don't have people talking over each other. That would be helpful. Thank you.
I'm probably more in agreement with the proposal to keep the work sessions at 4 and then start at 7. I just think a lot of people are accustomed to us starting our evening meetings at 7 o'clock. And so from my perspective, I think keeping it at 4, acknowledging Councilmember Melton's issue about, getting a full work day in, and then keeping the time at 7 because that's what the public is accustomed to us traditionally doing.
Like I've said, I've had young professionals tell me they can't get here at 7. So that the whole goal of this is to open up public comment and get more people here. That automatically impacts what our goal is. Councilmember Black.
I think the goal of this is to have people be able to have time to speak. I think that's where this need came out of during our original retreat in January, where the big concern is that we've lost our community engagement process, and the one that we have left is coming to council and we don't always get the time to speak. So it's figuring out which times can work so that everybody can have time to speak and we have time to get through our meetings. But the concern or the question I had was if we did do a 6 or 6:30 meeting, because I hear what you're saying about opening it up so that young professionals can come. I understand as somebody who is a young professional. If they aren't able to make it within the first, say they get onto the public comment docket, but they miss the first 40 minutes of it because of whatever, will they still be able to speak, or is their time just gone because we called their name and they weren't here? What's the process around that? That's the question I have. Because I've seen that happen where people aren't here when they are called. They might be coming, or since we're changing the process, there might be some flows or differences that are happening in how people are able to show up in the time frame. And since we're not going to have a time frame, will people still be able to speak essentially if they aren't here?
If they've signed up and they are and they show up after their name's called, we normally try to ask if so-and-so has arrived. And so getting clarity that way.
Okay.
And sometimes people will raise their hand and say, I'm here, So yes, people will be able to speak. I'm going to make a suggestion, and we'll see. How about we put this out for some public feedback with 2 options. One being 4 to 5:30, and then 6 on for public comment. And then I think what I heard was 4 to 6, and then starting at 7.
Just friendly amendment. Could we, if we were going to keep with the 7 p.m. as an option for public comment, could we meet at 5 for our work session so that we don't get here that much earlier, like 5 to 6:30 or 5 to 7? So then we're just rolling into it.
Yeah, I think what's problematic is you're going to be here for an hour and a half, like in between, if you start at 7, and you end at 5:30. Because I think what we've determined is we don't need 2 hours for public comment. Councilmember Jones, you look perplexed.
Only because I think what she was saying was us starting our work session at 5, not, if we start our work session
Yeah.
at 5 to 6:30, then it accomplishes
Right.
both.
Then that addresses that issue. You're not sitting here for an hour and a half. Whereas if we do from 4 to 5:30 and then start at 7, you're here from 5:30 to 7.
Okay, I see.
That's what I was.
Yeah, and I do want us, let's also be mindful that staff is working a full day
Yep.
and still doing the work session and things as well. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, but we're going to be here anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I know, but I just want to be mindful of that.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that was always a consideration when we looked at public comment and public hearings and whatnot. Taisha, do you have enough information and feedback where you can go back and maybe put something up in the portal, get feedback from the community engagement group?
Yes. When would you like to have that feedback back to you?
Well, I think we have some time here because, as I mentioned, I think for the third time now, sorry, broken record, we only have 2 public hearings scheduled in May. So that buys us time to June. And so, I don't know, if we had this come back to us at the meeting in May,
Sure.
that gives you time to get feedback from different populations.
Sure. And then
will help us
also
make a
on your
better
agenda,
decision.
on your agenda item at the bottom, did you want to address the time limit for the new public comment period or the location of the public comment for your third Tuesday meeting, or would you like that to come back as well?
We said no
I
time
don't
limit.
think we, there's no consensus for time limit at this time. We want to see how the conversation goes, is what I'm hearing. And then the 3 minutes, assurances there would be 3 minutes for public comment. Does that answer your questions?
It does.
And am I correct in?
Can you repeat that? I'm so sorry. Just repeat the last thing you said.
So I believe there was consensus that we not set a 2-hour maximum or any kind of maximum, that we try this and see how it goes before going there, and then guaranteeing everybody 3 minutes to speak.
And the last piece of that is, where would you like to see the public comment section on that third Tuesday meeting? Would you want to keep it where it is, or?
I think there are some people who find that convenient.
Okay.
I would say keep it where it is.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
It's clear. Okay.
Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, now we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have one comment and one item today. So we will lead with the Upper Walnut Creek Interceptor Program. We have Janine Goodwin from Raleigh Water here to present that item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Janine Goodwin, like she said, with Raleigh Water. I'm the engineering manager with the Capital Improvements Program. And it's my pleasure today to talk with you about the Upper Walnut Creek Interceptor improvements. We have a contract change order amendment on your agenda today, and I'm here to provide information and answer any questions about that. So I'll begin with a brief high-level overview here of the Raleigh Water system and drill down to the project location. Raleigh Water has over 2,600 miles of sewer pipelines within 3 major basins. The orange-colored one here is the Neuse River Basin. The green one is the Crabtree Creek Basin in green, and Walnut Creek on the lower end is the blue. And the project we're getting ready to talk about here is the Upper Walnut Creek one. It's located here. It's a major backbone of the Walnut Creek system. So the the Walnut Creek project was identified originally in 2012 due to poor condition and capacity shortfalls due to wet weather conditions. The project was subsequently divided into 2 phases for construction, the lower and the upper Walnut. So lower Walnut construction was completed in fall of 2019. And what you have here on the map is the current upper Walnut Creek project. The project extents are shown here. You've got Sunnybrook Road over here, and it runs east all the way to South State Street. So council awarded this construction contract January 4th of 2022 for $36.3 million. And within this circled area is where we're focusing on next. And this is the area of the project that has overlap with some upcoming main replacement projects. So this map's a little busy, but I'll try to walk you through it. In 2021, Raleigh Water's asset management program identified 2 water mains in these neighborhoods south of Pool Road for replacement. And this is due to aging infrastructure, high likelihood of failure identified by machine learning analysis, and substandard lines. You can see these 2 projects here, the Pool Road West and the Pool Road East. They've got the dashed black lines overlaid with the Upper Walnut project, which is the solid black line along the bottom. And as shown by these colored lines here, I'll show you the overlap. We have overlap in Beverly Drive, Little John Road, and in Dacian. So we are recommending that these main replacements where the overlap is occurring be completed within the Walnut Creek project for several reasons. First, when we complete these together, we'll minimize the impacts to the neighbors. As you can imagine, we don't want to be on Beverly Drive twice in a short span of time, like 2 years. Second, we can also realize some cost savings, primarily pavement costs, by not having to repave the streets twice. And finally, design alignments can be coordinated, and we can avoid construction challenges when we have sequential projects like this. So we are requesting council to authorize the city manager to execute the change order amendment to the original contract in the amount of $3.6 million to help enable this coordination effort. The original contract has 15% MWBE participation, and the contractor has obtained 13.6% MWBE on this additional change order work. We do have adequate funding available in the appropriate accounts. And so just to summarize, I want to highlight the major elements of our request. We're asking to add main replacement to Upper Walnut in the amount of $3.6 million. The reasons to include the additional work in the larger contract include minimizing the neighborhood construction impacts, cost, and pipe alignment coordination. Overall, you've got about 7,300 linear feet of sewer line and water line that we're asking to add to this contract. And so the council action requested, again, is to authorize the city manager to execute this change order with Park Construction for $3.6 million. And I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Not a question. I just want to say thank you for finding ways to minimize the impact. I lived through the first half of this project as it came through my yard with an easement that comes through my yard. So I fully understand what neighbors will have to deal with and have to go through. So I just want to make one question I actually do have is, when are we looking to start construction, and when are we looking to notify neighbors of construction?
So the Upper Walnut Creek project is currently in construction, and most of that major interceptor has been installed. But the main replacement stuff is what we want to add to his contract. So that would be starting, I would say, in the next month or two, and we would notify the residents about that. They've already seen us in their backyard.
Right.
And now they're gonna, and they've already seen us a little bit in the front yard, but we're gonna coordinate that.
Okay.
Councilmember Fort?
Excuse me, I don't have a question, but I do want to note, kind of like to highlight the fact that there is going to be MWBE participation included on this, the additional change order work. So I'm happy that y'all are following through on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay,
Move for approval.
all in favor? Aye. That was unanimous, clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine. And I will close with a special acknowledgement of our amazing staff. We had an absolute amazing weekend here in the city. We had a lot of activities going on at the Performing Arts Center, the Convention Center, and we had a little event going on at Dix Park. From PRCR to emergency management and special events to public safety partners to planning and development, it truly takes a village to pull off something as exciting as Dreamville. And this really was an idea that came about back in 2015, and it has grown, and we've actually made it a reality, and it is truly a signature event for the city of Raleigh. When we had our first one, it was a 1-day. We enhanced it last year to a 2-day. This year, we added an additional 10,000 in capacity, and we were able to do it. So in talking with the event producer over the weekend, I don't know what we're going to do to top this. I don't know if my heart or my patience can handle much more, but I will say it was an opportunity for Raleigh to put its best foot forward, and we did an absolutely amazing job. And to all of the people that came, thank you. To have almost 50,000 people on that field for 2 days back to back with very little incidents, with less than, well, we only had 2 situations where public safety had to be called in. That is absolutely amazing. And for staff who we sit behind and around the corner and tucked away with bated breath, hoping that everything goes well. But really, we had people from every state in this country, as well as 24 countries I heard from overseas. So it is an amazing showing for our folks. And, you know, I'm like a proud mama right now. I'm exhausted, like physically exhausted. My legs hurt so bad. But when we set the fireworks off on Sunday night, I was like, job well done. So we don't know what we're going to do to top that for 2024, but we told them to go home, start planning, and we've got 11 and a half months to kind of figure it out. So thank you all, council, for your support. Thank you to former Mayor Nancy McFarland. This was one of the things that was her brainchild. Derek Reamer, who came back to enjoy the weekend with us. We've come a long way since 2015, 2016, and, you know, hats off to everybody involved.
You stole my comments.
I'm so sorry.
But okay, well said. And, like you said, it takes a village to do this. And the staff was amazing, but so were the event promoters. They really enhanced the production this year with the art was beautiful, the selfie stations, bringing on board all the local vendors. The people who were hurt most by COVID are hoteliers, are restaurant owners. I mean, they were the ones who benefited from this, and it's a great story. I think the promoters, though, they're going to be the ones who have the challenge of how you top this, because everybody's sitting there saying, after Usher,
And Drake.
and J. Cole and Drake, how do you top it?
What do you do with that?
Yeah, so
Beyonce, right?
you can suggest that to them.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
It was an April Fool's on Saturday night. Usher tried to say that. So,
Yep, it's pretty funny, but it got attention,
It
though.
did. It really did.
And everybody got their steps in.
Yes.
That's for sure. So thank you to the staff and the team and the partnership that we have. It's pretty amazing. And they have said that they have a relationship with the city like no other. So hats off to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Human Relations Commission.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Demetrius Edwards, the Department of Equity and Inclusion. I have before you all Byron Laws, the Chairman of HRC. He's going to walk through the presentation with you all.
Good afternoon. As Demetrius said, I'm Byron Laws. I'm the current chair of the Human Relations Commission. And this is our
Could you speak into the microphone?
This is our
please?
2023 work plan. As you all know, the Raleigh Human Relations Commission serves as an advisor to the City Council in the areas of human service and human relations. Dignity, justice, culture, and development of human rights are things that are important to us on this commission and things that we try to make sure that we include in the work that we do in the community. So what you'll see here is the first half of the 2021-2022 work that was done. So these are just some of the accomplishments of things that we did over that time period. Hosted a back to school giveaway and provided backpacks, and we've done that twice. So the first year we did that, we was at Roberts Park, and last year we did it at Tarboro Road Community Center, and that's something that we want to make an ongoing event that we do annually every year, as well as grow it and serve different communities as well throughout the city. We also submitted recommendations of $1 million of the ARPA funding to the Raleigh Human Services agencies. That was in October. And we also did a listening session with youth participating on the Hope Center at Pullen and the Maywood Community Health Fair informational table. And the listening session that the youth participated, that was 2021. The informational session was 2022. We also participated in the National Day of Racial Healing. And at that time, we did a virtual event. We had a keynote from NAMI, as well as moderated discussion around the book, The Sum of Us, as a part of the Equity Book Club. And that is still going on as well. And this is the second half, so more accomplishments. We approved and revised a version of the resolution supporting reparative justice for African American communities in Raleigh, and that was brought to us February of 2022. And if you all do need a copy of that, we can get with Demetrius to make sure you all have that document, understand what that resolution was and why we're supporting it, as well as discuss the edits that we made to feel comfortable supporting that resolution that was brought to us. We also moderated a discussion on Wilmington on Fire and submitted fund distribution recommendations for grants, human services. We do that every year as well. And we just wrapped that up last month for this year. We held a Mayor's Unity Day last year that showcased the nonprofit organizations that receive those grant fundings from the Human Services Grant Awards. And we are in the process of planning that event, the Unity Day this year as well, currently right now. And the last event we held last year was a storytelling event, My Story, Your Ears and Our Hearts, and it was held by one of the radio personalities of the Light. And that was an event that we held at Union Station that we just wanted to give community members an opportunity to be heard in a creative way. So there was food there, there was different performers, and then we also had a time during that event that we opened it up to anybody that was in the building. It wasn't the Union Station, so there were still trains going on and people were still showing up. So we also made sure that as people was waiting for the trains, they kind of knew that, hey, today you just happen to be here. There's an event going on. Feel free to come on over and see what's happening and then participate. And this is currently the areas that we're focusing on for this year. So these are the things that we discussed during our retreat. Agreed to focus on 3 areas impacting Raleigh residents. So City Council, you all tasked us with adding a human rights violation as a focus area. So that's something that has been added and that we're working on. The other items are urbanization and displacement, mental health awareness, and racial healing. And then at the bottom, you will find those current members of the HRC. And then this is also our work plan in action. So I want to highlight the bottom, the Raleigh Unity Roundtable event, which is scheduled for May of this year. And we actually are going to have conversations around those 4 areas that we're focusing on. So the urbanization displacement, the racial healing, the mental health. And those are also topics that we use to talk to youth in the community in our event in October. We held an event that invited teenagers, and they went to different tables and gave their thoughts and ideas and suggestions and recommendations on those different topics. And there were different questions that kind of broke it down, they walked through. So we felt that that might be a good opportunity to do something mirroring that for other people in our community, as well as to also help members in the community understand how to have their voices heard. With the changes that you all are making in regards to public comment and the timing of that, we want to make sure that community members are aware of those changes, how to take advantage of those changes. So a part of that event for the Raleigh Unity Day will be a portion of somewhat of a training in regards to this is where you need to go to sign up for public comments. These are when public comments takes place. And just some of those details that you all are still ironing out. We would love to uplift that so that community can take advantage of those new changes and are able to participate in that. And then finally, we'll be sponsoring and supporting other events that take place in the month of June, Juneteenth and Pride events. It was one of those things where we didn't necessarily want to do anything on our own, but wanted to support some of the work that's already taken place, not reinvent the wheel, not step on any toes, but really help uplift some of the work that's already being done and hopefully push a little bit further. And these are some of the recommendations. So apologize for Raleigh's past participation in benefiting from enslavement of African Americans and American persons of enforcement of Jim Crow laws. And this portion right here does come from that, the restorative justice piece that you might not be aware of. So if you're looking at this and you're wondering like, what is this? Where does this come from? This is where that portion comes from. And we do want to make sure you all get that in email and understand why we are supporting this, as well as how it impacts you and what you all, how can you all are involved in that. So where was I? Wanted to apologize for some of the things that, of course, you all may not have been a part of, but have impacted the African-American community in this city. Establish a racial equity and reparative justice commission, reporting by city manager and Office of Equity and Inclusion with findings and preliminary recommendations, and establish a biannual review presented to city council and residents of Raleigh to receive public feedback. Also redress policies and practices that promote systemic racism, and call on the state of North Carolina and the General Assembly to do the same and help support what we're trying to do here locally. That's all I have for you all. If you all have any questions, need any additional information or anything, please let me know.
Councilmember Harrison, I do have a question beforehand, though, and this is for the city attorney. I'm kind of confused about the whole reparative justice issue, and was wondering, I've heard mixed things. Is this something your office could look at before we bless it in the work plan, and just so we have clarity on what we can legally do or not do?
Sure, we can do that. I will say that this topic, as far as local governments and their authority over it, is kind of a new thing, and there's not very many local governments who have done it in North Carolina. There are things that you absolutely have the authority to do, and other things that you probably don't have, because it's such a broad term, reparations and reparative justice. It covers a lot of different things. And different communities have done different things. So we would be glad to kind of do an analysis of what has been upheld and what has not, and what other local governments have done, so that if you go down this road, that anything that's considered, that you feel comfortable when it comes back that it's within your authority, as opposed to using the time to come back and have my office say, oh, no, you can't do that. So we're more than happy to do that if council would like.
Well, you won't be the one to tell us, unfortunately, but anyhow, all right, thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for the awesome work. I'd love to see the reparative justice document, just because I wasn't here on council then, and I'm guessing anyone who's new or maybe who's been around too, it'd be great to get that.
No problem. Be sure to give that to you all.
Councilmember Jones?
Thank you so much for the work you do. On the upcoming, you talked about a roundtable for Unity Day in May. Is that just one roundtable discussion, or is that a series that will encompass more voices throughout the city?
So at one point, we wanted to do a series, and then there were some changes that kind of got us away from that on our commission. But fortunately enough, we were able to kind of take the Unity Day event and also use that roundtable discussion to kind of keep that series kind of going. So I would like to see these conversations continue to take place. There have been years in the past where we've had other community conversations as well. The Police Advisory Board was birthed out of some of those conversations that took place in the community. That was HRC was a part of that. So hopefully we can continue to kind of host similar events just to get the feedback of community, to hear those voices, and to just acknowledge what's happening.
I love the, for Raleigh Unity Day, it doesn't have to be once a year. It's definitely something that I think would benefit for the whole city to be a more ongoing series. So I hope to see something like that. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I have two comments and a question. First off, thank you for the work you do. Second, I noticed that you had on there, supporting Pride events, but is there any specific outreach that you're doing and creating LGBTQ events? A lot of what I saw was focused on racial justice, but we have a lot of attacks going on with our trans community, our LGBTQ community, our Jewish community, whatnot. How are we addressing those issues?
I want to say maybe last year, one of our focus areas was the LGBTQ community, as well as right now we do have members of the LGBT community as a part of our commission, and they are our soundboard when it comes to making sure that community isn't forgotten and that we are intentional in regards to what these events look like, that support their involvement as well. We have talked about mental illness and health issues like that, and one of the things that came up. And one of those conversations we're having like on-site therapists. And then, a member of that community made us aware that, that might not be the best time and place to do that for members of that community. So having those people, a part of that community on our commission, checks us on our blind spots and make sure that we are being inclusive in the way that we're moving. So although it might not be one of the main focus areas, that group is not forgotten about. Also, we actually moved the potential date for the Unity Day to make sure that we didn't exclude the members of our community who are acknowledging and celebrating Ramadan right now. So we are trying to be mindful of those things. We have members of our commission who are part of these communities and don't mind educating on us on how we can do that.
I would like to see more focus on the LGBTQ community, quite frankly, and like I mentioned, attended an event, I think Councilmember Jones was there, and Councilmember Patton, just a Seder. But there's a lot of attacks going on in the Jewish community. I'm wondering if you have addressed that at all and how we can bring a forum forward to ensure that there's inclusion there as well.
And Rabbi Eric Solomon is a commissioner member of ours, and he makes sure that we are doing what we can in that area as well. I know for me personally, my background's in social work, so making sure that these communities are represented and do have a voice and can be heard, and we are being intentional in how we move and how we are looking at human relations and what that really means here. It is something that I take seriously now as the chair of this commission, as well as supporting the efforts of the work we do before I became chair to kind of make sure that some of these things were taking place. I'm not a member of all these communities, but I understand that they bring a vibrance to our community and to this city, and I don't feel comfortable doing things that exclude any of those communities. So that is something that we do keep in the forefront of the work we do.
I'd like to see more language in your work plan reflect that.
Okay.
So, and then the other thing I was going to suggest for Unity Day, We had a housing open house. We had over 1,000 people from the community come, and I think part of that was the way we promoted it. We had a TV partner, I believe, radio partner, and others. And I would really encourage you and staff to look at ways we can spread the word further, so we get more people and bring people together, because that is the whole purpose. So I'm hoping we can get a little more creative this year. Councilmember Jones?
No. Councilmember Black.
You were next. And then Councilmember Black.
I just want to uplift the fact that you guys are all volunteers, that this is the work you do on your time when you are taking away from work and family. And so I understand you can't do all the things. And when you highlight racial equity in this year's, doesn't mean that the other things get neglected. So I hear that point, and I just want to make sure that it's uplifted, that I see the work that you're doing, and it is impacting a lot of different communities. But if right now you're focusing and wanting to uplift racial equity through reparative justice and having those conversations, I don't want to diminish that, because I think it's important, and I thank you for all of that. So thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
Councilmember Black?
Yes, finally. Had my hand raised a couple of minutes down here. So I also want to just say that I'm really appreciative of the work this board is doing. It's been a lot of questions, and I've been, I don't know, for people who don't know, I am the liaison for the Human Relations Commission, so I've seen firsthand the level of changes and back and forth and what has been happening on that board first person. So I think you guys are doing a great job, being that you only meet once a month and you're just a bunch of really dedicated group of people who are really committed to all the communities listed, whether it's LGBTQ, mental health, Black and Brown, Latinx, Muslim, Jewish, or any other different various communities that are in our wonderful tapestry of a city. I think you guys do a really great job of being intentional and impactful about that work, and I'm excited to see what you guys are going to be doing for the rest of this year. I know you have some good things planned through the end of this fiscal year, with some more things planned for what's coming up next year, and that's a big part of what this work plan is about. I had a clarifying point, so that's my comment. I had a clarifying point specifically around the reparative justice section. I know Mayor Baldwin asked the city manager, our city attorney, about what we can do and what we can't do. I would love to see that in a work session. I know that's something that we've been talking about off and on for several months now. So I'd love to have some sort of work session about that. And would the apology fall into something that we could or could not do at this very moment?
I don't think there's anything illegal about making an apology. I think that the way that your resolution is written should be, make sure that we vet it and make sure everything that it says is something that is within your power, and that if you're going to vote on it as a council, that we've at least taken a look at it. But no, I don't think an apology is illegal.
And Byron, is it just an apology that was in the resolution? Was it any sort of direct actions that were?
There was a few direct actions in forming a new board and commission that looks at some of those things. And I actually do have copies for you all. I hate to, hinder the environment, but I do have it on paper. And I know Demetrius, and make sure you all get a digital copy as well. And the last page does speak to the actual action items on you all's part. As well, with you all asking the city attorney to look at the things that you all can legally do. You all on council also tasked us with looking at the Raleigh Demands Justice package, and it would be great if you all could do the same thing there, because we are in the process of looking at that package. The commissioners are forming questions. We're reaching out to the organizers and the people who wrote that document and put it together. So that could help us as well in forming those recommendations and moving that forward.
Instead of a work session, Councilmember Black, which might take longer, I was just going to suggest that the city attorney bring that back to us in 2 weeks after they've had time to do their research. And
we probably are going to need a little more than 2 weeks.
I was going to just say that. Do you
so
need
what
a little more time?
Yes, we do. We do.
What would you need?
Well, I think that we probably, to do it right, we probably need about 90 days, I would think. We're going to have a little bit of opening in my office in a little bit, in a couple of weeks, and it's a pretty big, it's a big, I mean, we'll do it as fast as we can, but I think definitely, I'm looking at my office back there, what are we talking about, like June?
In time for Juneteenth. In time for Juneteenth.
In time for Juneteenth. There you go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And I'll report back, but just, you know, I hate to commit given where we are right now, and I want to make sure that we do it right.
Okay, can we approve the work plan with the exception of the reparations, and have that come back to us? Would someone like to make a motion? All right, then I guess your work plan isn't approved. So
what do we need to do on our end? Can we still do the work that we've put in this plan and just move forward without that approval, or do we need to do something else on our end?
I'm waiting for a motion from somebody. So
I'm a
you
little,
can-
I need some more clarification. So what you're saying that you want to approve the work plan without this package?
Yes, have that come back to us after they've looked at this.
In the 90-day
Yes.
allotment that she just spoke of.
And we'll keep in touch, and we'll get it just as quickly as we can. I won't say that definitely, if we can get it back by the second meeting in May, we will do that.
So you're saying because of the transition in your office, you're not sure?
Right, but I think we can work with the second meeting in May.
Okay. Councilmember Black?
So with this specific recommendation, is it possible to kind of break up those two asks where it's like you have the overarching deep dive into that will take 3 months, and then just like 3 months, excuse me. I must be thinking about lunch.
I just shortened it.
Huh?
I just shortened it to the second meeting in May.
Oh, so okay, because this
So-
one is like, it seems different than the overarching conversation about reparative justice with what's in this resolution.
Well, I think there's some requests in the resolution that we want to make sure we give you some good guidance on, but it's up to council. I mean, you know, it's not up to us. I'm just saying that we're glad to give you as much information, so you're just not kind of approving what's, you know, put in front of you.
And then I just want to
Councilmember
stop
Jones?
for a second. As we're discussing this, I'd like to hear your feedback from the Human Relations Commission on that. If moving this to be able to give us more time to iron out the specifics, how do you feel about that?
I think it'll be helpful in regards to when we receive similar resolutions like this, or other groups reach out to us, we kind of know how to, the rule of thumb moving forward. I know for me, this has been with us for maybe a year and a half now. So I do want us to, make sure we honor our commitment that we had to those groups. The document did look different before we got it, and there were commissioners who were not comfortable with the document as it was presented. So we did make sure that we actually formed a special committee to edit the document to bring it back to our commissioners, and we did get a unanimous approval for this document before bringing it today. And I think for me as well, is the same effort for the other document as well, the Raleigh Demands Justice package that you all tasked us with looking at as well. Because I don't want to, have the work linger. If there's something that we can do, as well as we only meet once a month, so it's a lot of time in between, but not a lot of time for us to actually sit together.
Councilmember Harrison, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to check in. So in terms of approving your work plan, it sounds like, we're going to do our due diligence on this. I'm not sure what the issue is with approving the work plan. So it seems like we could make a motion forward. Am I wrong? Like, we would still be pursuing this on our own, deciding.
You can do it however you want to do it. I was responding to.
Yeah.
And I would say for me, I just wanted clarification that worked with him. Like that, I wanted his input on it before that was my hesitation, just making sure that that worked for the commission as well before, but I think I could.
Councilmember Black?
Is this the first time the council has seen this resolution?
Yes.
I think from the reactions, yes, I think so.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So
Apologize for that on my end. I just became chair at the top of the year, so I'm sorry you all haven't seen this before, but it was something that on our end that we were looking at as well, because everybody was not comfortable when it came to HRC.
Well, what I'm hearing is that we all have a lot of questions specifically around this piece, and I want to get you guys out of here with an approved work plan. So would it be possible, and let me know if this works for you, B, to approve the work plan of the Human Relations Commission sans this resolution, but coming back to this resolution on a different date after we've had time to look at it.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Clerk, thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to acknowledge, you said be more creative in our promotion. I actually heard a HRC meeting being advertised on NPR, and that is something that we actually reached out to our staff to see if that was something we could do as well. So I just wanted to
Excellent.
make sure you know that that comment didn't go unheard, and we are doing those things. So thank you all for your time and attention, and have a good one.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Police Advisory Board.
Hello again. My name is Demetrius Edwards from the Department of Equity and Inclusion. I have Ms. Genevieve Sim with the Police Advisory Board.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly? Good. This afternoon, I appear before you with the proposed amended bylaws for the Police Advisory Board. I believe that you have had those bylaws as a part of your package, and these bylaws were amended for two reasons. One, there was non-compliance with city code for a portion of the bylaws. Thank you. And the second reason they were amended is we wanted to incorporate some of the suggestions that had been made by the the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board in their bylaws. So we have incorporated those. Some of the code revisions that were made is we deleted the name of Raleigh. And so the bylaws are now the bylaws of the Police Advisory Board. In certain sections of the bylaws, the service of alternate members was included so that an alternate member would have a right to vote when replacing a regular board member who either had an absence or was unable to vote due to a conflict. Another revision concerned the service of the of members. In our old bylaws, a member who missed 3 meetings in a calendar year would be recommended or could be recommended for removal. Under these new bylaws, a member having 3 consecutive non-excused absences in a calendar year may be removed. And then the last revision concerned the section referring to the expiration of a board member's term. And in the past, the board member, 3 months prior to the board member's term expiring, the city clerk would discuss with that board member or contact that board member regarding his or her interest in continued service. That has been reduced to 2 months. Other than that, those are the only revisions to the bylaws which took place in one of our recent meetings, and we ask you to adopt these. I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Do we have any questions?
I have one clerical one. It's under item C, section 6.
Section 6.
Yeah, section 6, where it says, in any event an officer chooses to leave the board or chooses to vacate the office, that officer shall notify the chair. Can we say chair or highest ranking member? Because say it's the chair who is leaving.
I believe that I apologize.
Yeah, say if it's the chair who's leaving, then maybe you should say vice chair.
Actually, as it's written right now, in the second sentence it says the chair or next ranking officer shall notify the board of a vacancy.
So what's
Is
the
that
part
the
in
sentence
red?
that you're after?
I'm reading the part that's in red.
I don't have the.
It's your revision, the
Yeah.
Roman numeral I that was added.
Roman numeral I.
Under Article 6, I'm sorry.
So under Article 2.
Article 2.
Section 6.
Mm-hmm.
Under C, there's Article I.
I'm sorry, that's not in the copy that I have. So could you read me that sentence, please?
In the event an officer chooses to leave the board or choose to vacate their office, that officer shall notify the chair at least 1 week prior to the next meeting.
I
The
see.
chair or next ranking officer shall notify the board in vacancy prior to, and it goes on. I'm just saying where the part where it says they notify the chair, just put chair/vice chair.
I'll be more than happy to ask the board to make that modification. I apologize for not having seen that in an earlier draft.
No problem. That's all I have.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, thanks for your work.
Thank you.
And I move to approve these amended bylaws with the one edit that Councilmember Branch referenced.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
Passed
much.
unanimously. Clerk, thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to matters scheduled for public hearing. The first item is the Dix Edge Area Study, final report and comprehensive plan amendment.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Pat Young with Planning and Development. You'll recall back in January, you heard a detailed report on the Dix Edge Area Study, which is a study that our staff has been working with a number of city and community partners on for over 3 years to look at growth and development in this fast-growing and fast-changing part of our community. You all referred that to your Growth and Natural Resources Committee. That was heard by that committee on February 28th. And that committee made a recommendation to remove the urban corridor designation from Fayetteville Street, which would remove the medium-scale residential shown on orange on that map on the bottom from the proposed future land use map amendment, consistent with the conversation that was had in committee and that you all had on January 24th. So I have additional information if you want to share it, but it's all things you've seen before, so I'm just happy to take any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from Pat? Okay. This is a continuation of the public hearing. Normally we would, if there's no questions, we'd go to a vote, but I do see some people who have signed up to speak. So I'm going to allow 3 more minutes per side. And we have one person who signed up in support, Zuhair Aman. Is that person here? Okay. Those in opposition, Del Monte Crawford, Chris Busbin, Zora Ominous, and Bob Geary. So if any of you are here and you would like to speak. Okay, Bob, are you here to speak? You're signed up.
Yeah, I was going to wait for Chris to go first.
All right, you got 3 minutes. I called DeMonte Crawford first, Chris Busbin, Zora Omnis, and then Bob Geary. So please come up to the podium. Be mindful of the 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Chancellor Fort and Councilwoman Harrison. I won't be before you long. As many of you all know, our current mayor and I, we've had some theatrics surrounding the Dix Edge study, whether or not I was supportive and or opposed. But after much thinking and speaking with the former councilwoman that was in that district, I did move over to the opposing side. Now, as many of us saw over the past weekend, we had Dreamville in the Dix area, and we saw what that number brought in. But as Jonathan Melton has stated numerous times, we don't have enough hotels in our area to have that large amount of people. So when we talk about affordable housing in that area, when we talk about the preservation up to 40% in that area, for me, being a resident living here, it just does not work. So I am asking Councilwoman Harrison and Chancellor Fort to not approve of this. Thank you.
We could stop the clock, please. Minute 46 left.
Waiting on the slides. We may not have time for slides anyway. I can just talk. My name is Christopher Busman, and I live at 1416 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. Raleigh is one of the city of Raleigh's oldest neighborhoods. That's one of the things that I feel like has kind of not been captured by the Dix Edge study. Like other speakers, I have mixed feelings about this particular area study because there are good things in there. If somebody said, hey, your neighborhood doesn't have sidewalks, we'll give you sidewalks. We'll give you connections, to make it easier for people to travel to work and to travel across the city. However, there are a lot of other things in there that actually don't make a lot of sense and are not logically consistent. I don't have my slides up for some reason, but a few of the things that I'll just quickly note, there were acknowledgments in the Dix Edge Environmental Sustainability Report, such as, land to the east of Fayetteville Street moves sharply downhill towards the creek. Fast-moving stormwater runoff from the street and rising floodwaters have destabilized the creek's banks, causing major erosion, and so on and so on. Statements such as these highlight the community's frustration with the Dix Edge area study. It's a report which likes to have its cake and eat it too. The creek must be protected, yet the creek also needs to be paved over to make room for apartment buildings. Protecting our historic neighborhoods is important, but let's go ahead and allow developers to build apartment complexes anywhere they like within that historic neighborhood. Affordable housing is important, but not so important that we protect existing residents from losing their homes. In summary, we feel that the character of the Dix Edge study is trying to move the city in the right direction. However, we do wish that you think hard about these issues as these rezonings and other things come up. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this matter.
Bobby took your time. Okay. I am going to close the hearing. And just, is there any other comments, questions, whatnot that we have? Councilmember Jones, do you have a question?
Just a comment. I think after reviewing, I'm not part of the Growth and Natural Resources Committee, but I was able to look and read on the Dix Edge area study. And I just want to say up front, I'm just a little bit confused. And so it's on me, but I just wanted to state that's where I stand. I'm a little bit unsure. And as we open up for conversation, I just wanted to put that on the table, that I'm not sure where to go. And I'd love some discussion.
Any particular questions?
Well, I think it relates a lot to what people have been mentioning, the affordable housing. I think those are concerns that we continually bring up. And really, if you can help clarify what we are voting on today, it would maybe help me center that.
Councilmember Harrison.
So we don't have a motion yet, and I think we have a couple options here. We can vote to approve, we can vote to deny, we can also vote to approve with amendments. So my motion would be that we would recommend approval, but go along with the recommendation also of the GNR committee, which was to have an amendment to remove the urban corridor along Fayetteville Street, so to maintain that as open space. And so I'll just talk a little bit about why. Why would we do that? This is a forested tract east of Fayetteville Street. And so in protecting that, we realize a number of environmental co-benefits. It's a very steep area. It's next to the Rocky Branch Creek. So if we can maintain that as open space, we can improve stormwater management, floodplain protection, protect and preserve tree canopy there. water quality, and then also have additional space for parks and trails. So in the neighborhoods that surround this area, on the west side, we have Raleigh, relatively moderate and lower income neighborhood. And then we also have neighborhoods like Walnut Terrace on the east side, a Raleigh Housing Authority development. And in that area, we don't have a lot of green space otherwise. So I do think it is a vital space to protect. And that's what's currently situated for our future land use map as well. And so the reasons I think this recommendation from the GNR committee makes sense is, again, this land in question, it's a riparian buffer. So what that means, it's vegetated, forested area next to the creek. It protects or buffers the effects of current development, which is certainly on the rise in that area, and then also serves as a habitat for wildlife. So we're able to filter out pollution like nutrient and sediments, while also stabilizing the soil. And then also considering those extreme slopes of the area, I think that would be wise. I also wanted to add some new information. I was able to attend the Water Resources Research Institute conference for the state a couple weeks ago, and I learned that Cary has these really awesome urban I think they call it's a urban transition buffer in addition to their floodplain buffers that we have. So we have the Neuse River buffer rules, that's 50 feet, and then Cary has an additional 50 feet that they put around creeks and streams. So they have 100 total feet that they protect. We only do 50. And so I think that's another reason why this makes sense to have that protection. So I can speak to that piece. I don't know if you had other questions you wanted to bring up.
I just had a question on engagement. So I know that a lot of this engagement happened during COVID, so it was limited. I mean, I know I participated in one online virtual session, and I guess my question was, once we, not that we're out of COVID, but once we came to a point where we were meeting in person, did this outreach continue, and did we continue to teach people about what the plan was? And I don't know who to, there we go.
I can speak to that, Councilmember Jones. Yes, there were a number of meetings that were done in outdoor venues, usually with masks, but there were over a dozen community sessions that were held in person during that period between the first substantial amount of COVID restrictions and then the second. So there was about a 6-month period, and then there were some at the very end of the project.
And when was the end of the project? So when did that community engagement stop?
So that was at the very beginning of 2022.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Right, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Harrison?
And I'm not sure if I've got language for this, Robin, in our board docs, the appropriate motion to make. But
Well, if you're just doing a comprehensive plan amendment, there's not a consistency statement required. So you
Okay.
can just move to approve it, subject to whatever kind of changes that you want, and you don't have to have that special language for this. It's only for zoning amendments.
Okay, yeah, so I think my motion would be that we adopt the plan and associated comprehensive plan amendments with one amendment to remove the urban corridor along Fayetteville Street. This would also, there would also be associated changes to the future land use map in relation to that.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that is Councilmember Jones and Black in opposition. Okay, next we have rezoning Z4322 at 405 Clover Lane.
Good afternoon. Ira Mabel, Planning and Development. This is a continued hearing. The applicant has submitted revised conditions. So the request is currently the 5.4 acre property, currently zoned R10 with the NCOD, to be rezoned for the most part RX5 with the green frontage, and a little bit to be R6 in the NCOD. So there are a lot of conditions. I will go through them very quickly except for what's changed, but if we need a more detailed refresher, feel free to have me go back. But just to remind everybody, so these two conditions say that limiting access to Watauga Street, which is on the west side of the site there, and requiring a multi-use path between Watauga and Wake Forest Road. And then all the rest apply just to the bulk of the site. So prohibited uses, cap on dwellings to 280, cap on building height in both feet, and then number 6 is about stories. And this is the change. So previously, if there were a building with height of 4 stories or more, this letter C, which was a 20-foot minimum protective yard, average of 25 feet, applied on all 3 property boundaries. So the east side of the west side of the site, excuse me, is a street. So that has been changed so that the northern one is now 25-foot minimum, 30-foot average. So a bit of an increase to the buffer on the north side of the site. But the rest is all the same, 65-foot building setback, regulation on solid waste facilities. This is a clarification. This, to be clear, did already apply. So this letter E is controlling height within distance. The UDO also does that. There's a version of that for mixed-use districts that controls height within certain distance. So previously, both those things applied. This is just very clearly stating in the condition that both those things applied. So the actual work the zoning condition is doing is not changed. Cap on townhouse height, stormwater control, again, about the time of solid waste service, pole mounted lighting condition. Again, if we have questions before you open the public hearing, I'd be happy to go back. Requirement of a bike share station, requirement of a transit easement, some prohibition on building materials, and then requirement to notify tenants if a lease is terminated early, and then also provide a stipend in the case that that happens. So this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and Planning Commission did recommend approval. Can I answer any questions before you hear from the applicant or members of the...
Do you have any questions?
Just
Anyone?
Just
Wait,
one thing I just want to point out is that the north, south, the eastern side.
Yes, sir. I have that problem also.
Where there's a big conversation about the wall is 75 feet because of the topo drops almost 20 feet from the front. From my understanding, with the pre grade and post grade, it should still be at the 55. Or how is it measured? When we look at pre and post grade measurements.
Sure. So the condition number 5, so the UDO does specify how height is measured in general, and gives some options. This zoning condition number 5 that talks about 55 feet specifies measured from grade along Wake Forest Road. That's post-development grade along Wake Forest. This one, let me see if that specifies a grade. I think is specifically the height of the building at that particular point. So whatever the grade is, where the building is from, that ground up. I don't think these conditions are referencing a street frontage in particular.
Got you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there anything new aside from what you've pointed out?
No, ma'am, just those changes highlighted in green here.
Okay, well, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Do we have a motion?
There's definitely was a lot of conversation. We had this one since January, going back and forth. I know the community met. They had a special team that met with the representative for the applicant. I know as council members, we all receive text messages, we all receive emails, and there's just been a lot of conversation. But where I am here now is I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 4th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Black opposed. Clerk? I just want to thank Toby for, shall I say, listening, but also helping and working with the owners of the property to make the concessions that were made. We wouldn't be here today approving this if they hadn't listened to you, Toby, in terms of bringing these forward. So I just wanted to say thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z53B22 South Wilmington Street, Waterworks Street, near the intersection of Waterworks Street and Summit Avenue.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and members of council. Pat Young with Planning and Development. This is a city-initiated rezoning that you first heard on January 24th. There were 3 sites that the prior council in early 2022 initiated for redevelopment and rezoning for affordable housing in the Dix Edge area. The one site, the Summit Avenue site, was approved and has gone out to request for proposals for affordable housing development. The other 2 sites were sent to committee on February 28th, the GNR committee. And the GNR committee recommended unanimously for denial of on those 2 projects. There was some information provided to that committee that we can share with you, or we can just take questions. It's at your discretion. And I'm certainly be happy to take any questions.
Any questions of Pat?
Mayor, one other thing I'm sorry I've neglected to mention. With the action you all just took, the Wilmington Street zoning would be inconsistent with the changes that you all just adopted in the Dix Edge plan. I just wanted for clarity.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to close the hearing. Is there a motion? Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I just want to speak to this one. The GNR committee recommended denial, and as we heard before, these are some sensitive areas with the slopes and the ecosystem services that are being offered in that area. We were able to approve one of the 3 sites that had been recommended here, so that has already occurred. And I look forward to seeing what affordable housing that we can get on that site. So I just want to again thank staff for working with us to help us understand the issues and talk through it. This is one of those that has been challenging in terms of thinking through trade-offs. So with that, I do move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 4th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to deny the zoning amendment.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Clerk. Next, we have rezoning Z5522, Johnson Street.
Good afternoon. Another continued hearing. So request 2 acres from neighborhood mixed use 3 and 5 stories to commercial mixed use 12. Again, I have all the conditions, but we'll sort of skim through those and focus on the change, which is pretty minor. So some uses prohibited. The only change before you today is a tweak to the building height. So previously, maximum building height was limited to 150 feet. So that was reduced a little bit to 130 and also added the 10 stories, which was not there before. The other conditions are all the same. So regulating building material, regulating the frontage on St. Mary Street, some parking requirement, crosswalk, dogway station, bike travel lane. And then some subset that of conditions that only apply within a certain distance of St. Mary's. So building height, parking deck screening, and extra regulations on bars. So all that is the same. And then I guess I do have an aerial to remind you of the site itself. This one is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map. So your motion should include a change to the future land use map. Staff is recommending the community mixed use district, and Planning Commission does recommend approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions? Okay, so now it's 10 stories. That was the one.
Yes, ma'am.
Big
That one
change.
change to number 2 there.
Okay, I am going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Okay, a lot in District D today. I just want to thank all of the neighbors working with the applicant team on what this looks like, this project. There were some major changes that came along with this project to improve it because of neighbor input. So just as a reminder, some of those, the heights on St. Mary's, the wraparound parking, so providing active uses up and down the building at every level. That was incredibly important to the neighbors, and then bringing heights down on the Johnson Street side. So I just want to thank everyone that has made that possible. I've done my best to listen to everyone, and this is a dynamic area of town, and it can be really challenging to find that balance of how do we go from a single-family neighborhood to a denser part of our downtown. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 4th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, anybody opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk.
Can I just say
Councilmember
something?
Melton?
I voted in support due to the great amount of work that went into getting these conditions to a place that we felt comfortable approving at the table. And I want to give a big thank you to Councilmember Harrison. And I was not going to vote against all the work you did. I really still dislike some of the conditions in this case. I just want to put that on record, particularly the prohibition to outdoor dining, all of those things. But I could stomach it because we got to a good place, and I really appreciate all the work you've done.
Second.
Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z7522 Edwards Mill Road.
Thanks. This is the last continued hearing. Request for 2.4 acres from R4 to R6 with conditions. There has been no change on this case. There were issues raised at the table last time about transportation. I know the applicant has been in discussion with transportation staff, and I believe via email today has asked for a deferral for 2 weeks to look at trying to add some more conditions related to that discussion. But otherwise, the case is available for your action.
Okay, no one has signed up in opposition. I am going to, first, do we have any questions? Councilmember Jones?
Mine is just a comment that I'd like to just state. I am ready to vote on this case, but heard from the applicant this morning with a request to defer. I've held this case twice before as looked for staff advice on walkability throughout the city. And after learning that a stoplight would not be funded by the state, the city, or the developer, I did tell the applicant that I would not be in favor of approving the added density. In the spirit of conversation, I am interested in learning what has changed and willing to defer one last time. I do want to be clear and say that the $250,000 stoplight is a priority for me. And if there's going to be funding offered or something, I suggest that we get close to doing something that will enhance public safety and walkability moving forward. Thank you.
So you're making a motion to defer at the request of the applicant?
I do, yes, thank you so much.
Okay, I will leave the hearing open then. That motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Madam,
I'm going to ask the applicant to move this forward.
Madam Mayor, one thing I would
Yes.
ask too, can staff check, because even if the applicant offers to pay for a light, will DOT allow it? Because it's their right of way. So we need, if we can get staff to find out in time because
Staff might be able to tell you right now.
okay, because if DOT won't allow it, even if they're willing to pay,
It's a moot point.
it's a moot point.
Jason Myers in Transportation. We've had conversations with DOT, and it is not something they would fund, but if we funded it or somebody else funded it, they would allow it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next, we have the report and recommendation, the Economic Development and Innovation Committee.
No report. We've got one item pending. Still don't have a date for that being scheduled. So hopefully soon.
Okay. Growth and Natural Resources.
No report. Sounds like we've got something on our agenda for the end of May.
Yep. Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. I have a motion. Committee recommends this item. This is the Peace Street and West Street rezoning. Be referred back to council with the recommendation that staff work with the developer to create a draft development agreement, and for council to resume the public hearing on May 2nd with a status update from staff at that time.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of describe a little bit of what I'm hoping to see when we come back on that case. I was able to attend both of those committee meetings, and I think one of the kind of key elements here is around scale and height transitions, and so that particular issue is, I think, still going to be up for a lot of discussion among this table. And I just want to really emphasize, to the applicant's team that, the neighborhood identity, transitions and building intensity, are areas of strong architectural character. Those are all policy items in the comprehensive plan that need to be considered as we move forward.
Letitia Shapiro from Morningstar Law Group. Yes, you're definitely heard, and I'll take those comments back to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That was unanimous. So now we go to the report of the Transportation and Transit Committee.
Mayor Pro Tem Branch was absent and excused. We had a staff presentation detailing the various tools available that can be utilized to improve bicycle safety as well as pedestrian safety and walkability. It was very informative. We had a really good discussion, and we recommend that the item be removed from the agenda with no action taken. It was just for information.
Okay. That's a motion.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. All right, now we have the report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start change here. Councilmember Harrison.
I want to just do a shout out first to Service Raleigh. This is a group out of NC State University that works with the community. They were out on Saturday doing volunteer work across the city. There was 500 plus volunteers. They worked at 40 plus sites. They were helping Friends of Oberlin Village, the Wake County Habitat for Humanity group, Walnut Creek Wetlands Park, and just doing a whole lot of different work all day Saturday. And I'm really happy that young people wake up at 8 a.m. to do good things. So thank you. And I also just have to echo our city manager's comments about Dreamville. It was my first time attending this weekend, and I had a blast. I just want to say it was not too loud for me. And I actually am very sensitive to noise. And so I hear that a lot around the district, concerns. And I did want to ask if I could just get maybe some input on how noise kind of varies from Red Hat, from Dreamville, just so I can let folks know in my area if there's any differences in how we do that. But I found it really pleasant and awesome. So thanks everyone who made that possible.
And I think a better comparison would be Walnut Creek, since it is right next to a residential district as well. That's a better comparison to Red Hat, but we'll do all three.
Councilmember Fort.
Echoing the sentiments about Dreamville. It was a great event, and I'm looking forward to the numbers as it relates to the economic impact, because sounds like a lot of stuff was sold out, hotel rooms, Airbnbs, and restaurants and all that. So definitely looking forward to getting that information. And congratulations to J. Cole and his team and the City of Raleigh staff for putting on a flawless event.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. I just have a few things. One, District E's 5th community meeting will be tomorrow, April 5th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Lake Lynn Community Center. So please come out and join us. The second thing, this Saturday, we have the Council on the Parks Board collaboration for invasive species removal, and that's from 9 to 12 at Walnut Creek Wetland Center, barring a storm, which I think it might rain, so hopefully we don't get washed out. And then finally, I want to thank Mrs. Millsap's 3rd grade class for the letter in opposition to an upcoming zoning case. I want them to know that their opinions matter and that I really appreciate them taking the step to reach out to us. So big shout out to Miss Millsap's 3rd grade class. Thank you so much.
You gotta love that. Mayor Pro Tem Bridge.
Yes, just a few things. First of all, I just want to thank staff, not only for just Dreamville, but there was a lot going on in the city this past weekend. So there's a lot of staff that was working, not at Dick's, but throughout the city. And I just want to commend you all and thank you for your work and for your service on this past weekend. District C meeting will be moved from April 15th to April 29th. It seems like April 15th, everyone and their family is having an event on April 15th. So with all of that conflict, I'm moving the District C meeting to April 29th, same time, same location. If that changes, notification will go out. Speaking of April 15th, there will be a community fair and cleanup at the Raleigh Millbank Apartments from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. And also on April 21st at 10 a.m. at Walnut Creek Park, there will be a Walnut Creek Urban Water Ceremony where we receive some recognition from the federal government for the work that's taking place there. So please, all that can come out and continue to govern yourselves accordingly on the city calendar.
Councilmember Black.
Peace, y'all. Happy April. So I want to state that it is Earth Month. So we have Earth Day this April 22nd to make sure that you're getting outside, enjoying natural spaces that make Raleigh so wonderful and beautiful. There are also a lot of really great events that are going to be happening around the city, so make sure to pay attention to that. I also want to send a shout out to the science fair group that I attended a couple weekends ago at NC State. That was really great. Shout out to all the budding environmentalists. I had a chance to walk through and look at all the boards, and I was very impressed by the ingenuity and just the genius of all these young people that we have across the area. I too want to uplift Dreamville. This is not my first time going this past weekend, but I do consider Dreamville an active exploration of Black joy. And just getting to be a part of that this year was also wonderful. It keeps getting better year after year. So thank you to all of the city staff and the city people that went into working and pulling this event together year after year, and to the Dreamville team. So the last thing I wanted to bring up, that was a lot, I'm just kind of talking at this point. It's around the addressing crisis through outreach, referrals, networks, and service, also known as the Acorns Unit. I know this was something that was born out of the immediate conversations that were happening around the George Floyd time period back in 2020. And I'm curious about getting a manager's report on how we can transition this unit off from underneath the police department and also work with restructuring.
I take it that is also, somebody is signed up for public comment to speak on that tonight?
I haven't seen the public comment list, but possibly.
Yes. So, okay. Councilmember Melton?
I don't have a report, but I echo pretty much everything I heard, including Councilmember Black's last comment. I've asked for that before, so if we can figure that out, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I have two motions today related to staffing transitions. As you see, city clerk's final day has come and gone. And here's what the motion based on conversations. Move to appoint City Manager Marshall Adams David as interim city clerk effective today, April 4th, 2023. As interim city clerk, she is authorized to delegate responsibilities of the city clerk as allowed by law and as she deems appropriate. The city's chief financial officer and budget director already fulfill the city's financial responsibilities, so at this time, no appointment will be made to the role of city treasurer. Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Clerk? Which clerk? That was unanimous, Cassidy. And then the second motion involves our city attorney's office. I move to appoint Dottie Kibler as interim city attorney effective May 2nd, 2023, and to serve until a new city attorney begins work. As the interim city attorney, Ms. Kibler will be responsible for all the duties and functions of the office of city attorney as set out in the Raleigh City Charter, City Code, and all relevant state statutes. She'll possess all authority granted to the city attorney by law, resolution, or other city council direction until such time as the next city attorney is selected and in place. To assure a smooth transition between now and May 2nd, City Attorney Robin Tatum may delegate any of the responsibilities of city attorney to Ms. Kibler prior to May 2nd, as she believes are necessary to assure a smooth transition or comply with the NC State bar requirements. So moved. All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous as well. Thank you. And I just want to add to the Dreamville Fund. It was amazing. I also want to give a shout out to Kate Pierce and Joey Voska. I have no idea how many steps they took, but they worked. Like, wow. And just the job they did was amazing, and I just want to call them out and say thank you. Okay, next we have the, let's see, how am I going to say this? Next we have nominations and appointments.
Okay, first we have Arts Commission. Dominic Crosby, we have one regular vacancy. Dominic Crosby received 0 votes. Jessica Todd Marone, 6, so Miss Todd Marone would be appointed. BPAC, one regular vacancy. Shakima McLean received 3 votes. Natalia Lukianova received 1 vote. James Rottenberry, 2, so that'll be carried over for next time. Board of Adjustment, 1 alternate vacancy. That's for your city appointee. Mayor Baldwin nominated Jeff Bandini, so that'll be on your next ballot. Fair Housing Hearing Board, 1 regular vacancy. Eric Colburn received 5 votes, and Del Monte Crawford received 1, so Mr. Colburn would be reappointed. Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Wanda Cox Bailey, who was one of the board's recommendations as well, received 5 votes. Ajamu Dillahunt received 1 vote, so Miss Cox Bailey would be appointed to that board. Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center Authority, 3 regular vacancies. Amanda Wise received 1 vote, Jasmine Kilpatrick, 3. Mayor Pro Tem Branch and Mayor Baldwin co-nominated, and I apologize if I pronounce this wrong, Sharat Nagaraj and Pete Byers, and Mayor Pro Tem Branch nominated G. Patel. So all 3 of those names will appear on the next ballot. And I'm sorry, all 5.
I would like to co-nominate G. Patel.
Okay.
But I had served as the liaison to the convention center prior for 3 years, and now Mayor Pro Tem Branch is the liaison. This board does often require specialized skills, and some of the nominations were made based on feedback we heard on the needs that were there.
Okay, so all 5 of those, the 3 new and the 2 existing, will show up on the next ballot. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy. Martha Brock received 2 votes. Lee Chun Young received 2 votes, so that'll be carried over. Nominations, just a reminder of that Board of Adjustment alternate vacancy that is a county appointee. They're accepting recommendations for that. Just let me know and I'll relay that to them. Environmental Advisory Board, a resignation has been received from Elizabeth Bowen. Therefore, there's one vacancy for consideration. So, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just had a quick question. When we say city and county appointee, I think I'm a little bit confused on who qualifies as that. Is it what is that?
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong, legal team, but someone that the county appoints must reside within the ETJ. So that's outside of city limits. They had come up with a name, but then we determined that they did live within city limits, so therefore would not be eligible for that county slot. Yeah.
Thank you.
Environmental, okay, I think I already read that one. Environmental Advisory Board, we have that one resignation, so that'll show up on the next ballot for nominations. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 2 regular vacancies, community member category. Andrea Martinez and Elke Weil Milan, they are both expiring and they desire to be reappointed. Their attendance information is in the agenda packet.
I'm going to make a motion to approve both of these reappointments. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk.
Okay. And we do have several more Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board expirations coming up because it is coming up on that initial establishment. So those will be coming forward as I can get attendance and nomination forms and all that in. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, professional category. A resignation has been received from professional member Adiel Martinez Ventura. It's past practice to elevate the longest serving alternate member. In this case, there's one listed on the agenda packet. However, there are attendance concerns with that member, and staff has been unable to determine why. So it's kind of council's discretion on how to move forward on that.
I am going to make a motion that we open this up for 2 nominations and remove Maria Gonzalez from the board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. So then we would have 2 openings.
I'm trying to think. Right, because of the resignation, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Resignation and the removal. Okay. So we will take care of that, and that'll be on the next ballot. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, a resignation has been received from Curtis Archer. Therefore, you have 1 vacancy for consideration there.
Yeah, I'd like to make a nomination for Connie Crumpler.
Spelled like it sounds?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that'll be coming back. And then Raleigh Historic Development Commission, 1 regular vacancy. A resignation has been received from member Heather Leah. Therefore, you have 1 vacancy for consideration there, so that'll be showing up on the next ballot. Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, the term of Mark Sr. is expiring and he is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. Included in the agenda packet was the commission's qualifications matrix, which was adopted 2019. Mr. Senior is the only current member of the commission who fills the desired role of at least 1 representative with knowledge and qualifications related to the regulatory aspects of the Clean Water Act, NPDES permitting, and or other state and federal water-related policies. So any new appointee would be beneficial for them to have that. It's not mandatory, but it is strongly desired. So just keep that in mind when making nominations, and it'll show up on the next ballot.
Has anybody asked Mark if he knows anybody who might be interested and if he could spread the word?
I'm not aware if staff has yet, but I can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. You may remember at the last meeting that I introduced a a new ordinance that would address harassing conduct. It's an anti-harassment ordinance. We went over it pretty specifically. It's intended to kind of fill in a gap or state law that will protect people who are being followed and harassed, as that term is defined in the anti-harassment ordinance, which I can read that quickly. It prohibits harassment in a public space, and that means when you follow another person with the intent to threaten or intimidate them, or in a manner that would place a reasonable person in fear for that person's safety, or surrounds, crowds, or corners another person, or physically interferes with their movement, and enter through a public space with the intent to threaten or intimidate that person. Now, under state law, you voted on it at the first introduction at the last meeting, and to officially pass it, you would have to do that today. So if council would like to move forward with that, a motion and a second and a vote would be required.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a question. So with harassment, I know, is that something that's already like has specific protections against it, or for something against it already, like with public First Amendment, utilizing your First Amendment rights to say protest? I don't think harassment falls underneath what's protected. Or is that like what?
Harassment is not protected. This is when you're actually trying to follow someone and put them in fear or to intimidate them, and so it's not something that would be protected at this point. Now, there are things that are already covered, which is in the memo, that is in the backup, which is stalking, communicating threats, disorderly conduct, and assault. And this doesn't fall squarely within those. And so we have had some questions as to whether we could give individuals who were being harassed an additional protection, and that's what this is intended to do.
What would the additional protection look like? Like if we pass the ordinance, what happens?
It will be a misdemeanor. And that's the reason you need 2 votes, is because in anything that's a criminal conduct, you have to vote twice. So basically, it's punishable as a misdemeanor, which is criminal, and basically, unless you have a number of violations, it doesn't come up to any kind of incarceration, but it can also have a civil penalty as well as this potential misdemeanor. Again, it's up to council. This is something we've been asked about for a long time, so.
Okay.
I'd like to make the motion, but I just need the framing of the motion.
I think you can say that I move to approve the anti-harassment ordinance that's provided in the backup.
Before you do that, I would just like to state that I am uncomfortable with this. As a person who has been doing direct action and protesting downtown, I worry that it's going to be applied too broadly. And I understand that a lot of it is coming from directly like a specific group of people that has been doing certain things downtown, but I'm also worried, I'm just worried about it. So I'm uncomfortable with this, and I'm going to just state that on public record.
I can appreciate that, but you know, I think the verse is, I've seen too at Pride events where folks have been really aggressive with performers and some other stuff. So go ahead.
I just want to add, I shared some of Councilmember Black's concerns when this first came up, but I've done a little more digging and I've read the ordinance. And to be, I guess, guilty of this offense, you do have to follow the person with the intent to threaten or intimidate and surround and corner. And I think that that's probably written narrowly enough to avoid an application, in my opinion, that is broad enough to cover legitimate protesting and those types of advocacy and civil disruptions, and is intended to really focus on folks that are getting cornered, blocked, or in concern of their safety. So I will vote in favor, having done a little more digging on it.
Would you like to finish your motion, Councilmember Fort?
Are there any more questions? Robin, one more time for me, please.
Okay, let me make sure that I get it right myself. I move to approve the proposed anti-harassment ordinance that appears on the council agenda and backup.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Councilmember Black opposed. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city clerk's office.
Couple sets of minutes for consideration of approval.
Move for approval of minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Okay, now we have closed session. I have a motion here. A motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and or settlement of potential claim in the following matters. George Venters versus City of Raleigh. GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee. Yep. All in favor? Aye. Okay. We'll adjourn to closed session now. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. Council will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you.